It's crazy. It snowed here today. Well, yeah, I guess early this morning, like 1 to 3 a.m., it was snowing. But okay. Welcome back. I will show off what I did yesterday because OBS kept dying as I was running the debugger. So I just gave up on working on stream and just did it all off stream. But okay. Basically, I got these speech bubbles working real nice. Turned out to be a simpler system than I thought. So as you move the camera, it tries to figure out a nice place. So the main thing left to do is to get that tail. You can see that the tail from the bubble, it doesn't work. I don't know exactly what the circumstances are, why it's scaled so strangely at some points. Like here, I think it's basically... I'm not sure exactly. Oh, I think I know what it is. It's probably the position from here to here. As it goes further and further off screen, the scale gets really wacky. Yeah, and there used to be a problem where if this bubble was or if the point was inside the bubble, it would cause things to go haywire. But I think now that I've positioned the bubble just in a better way, that won't be as much of an issue. And you can see some minor places where the bubble is not in the optimal place, but it's pretty good at getting into the optimal position. Because basically there's like a circle, or basically I have a point for the player's or the character's face, and then the game has a circle around it in world space, actually a sphere, as you might call it, a 3D circle, so to speak. And it puts the it puts this point, you know, one of the 4 edges, on that sphere, and then it puts this one on a smaller sphere. Or actually, technically, just like, it gets this point, puts this between them somewhere. But basically, I wanted it to keep the face clear, and also I figured out what looked good for me in terms of like the actual target position of the bubble, where if the face is on like the outer edge, we push it toward the center. But if the face is near the center of the screen, we push it toward the outer edge. Very clever stuff. So yeah, I think what I'll do is, the last of the bubble stuff, because I think I can get the rest of it done today. I want a little sound effect for popping up the bubble. Maybe a little animation too. Basically, it would get a target like size, and then just expand the bubble to that size every time you press A, so it'd like reset to 0. But, I think that's a lower priority though, because I don't mind the bubble just like changing from one text size to another. So I'm going to put that, let's go to store page UI, dialog, little sounds. Let's say animation of bubble when speaking. And this will be a lower priority, because I'll call it not 3-day. I'll remove that. I'll do 1 day. But okay. Let's get the tail working. So if we go back to here, I think the issue with the bubble... speech bubble. This is where it is. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. Oh yeah, I also need to have the position of the bubble when character is off screen. And I think, do I want little icons of the characters when they're speaking? I don't think I do. I think I'm fine with just the bubbles and the name, because the name of the speaker is also in the bubble, just in case you don't remember who they are. I could do a cute thing where I have each character has a distinct color. That'd be nice. That'd be a little complicated, but I'll put that as like a thing that I can do if I have time. Okay. The tails, though. So that should be, if we got a tail, Oh yeah, I also need to do the thought bubbles. Let's call it a thought bubble trail. Because yeah, I have these things that I call thought dollops. And basically what I want is, I'm sure I mentioned this at some point. Basically, it goes from the character's head to the bubble in a nice little curve. And I think I can probably just have 2 of them, to be honest, and not do that. Like, is anyone going to miss the third one if I just make a straight line from here to here to there? I don't think they will. Let's hide that, move this a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I think that'd work completely fine. And then also, a little thing that I need to do is improve positioning, or like fix size for reply boxes. Basically, the replies are a little bit too small. And I think what I can do here is I can actually add a margin. So when we do a target size, export var margin ratio vector 2 1.25. No, vector 2. Oh wait, okay, I see. I keep thinking of good, or I think because they don't have like full-on operator overloading or function overloading, it's just kind of clunky. You have to always specify 2 things, but okay. So that means basically here and here we do our margin ratio. And that means that I can set my thought bubble to have a larger ratio, probably about here, of that. So we'll have substantially more horizontal space specifically on thought bubbles, because I actually got the sizing to work pretty nicely on the dialog boxes, or the speech bubbles. Okay, is Godot gonna like run? Why does it take so long? I think it must be when the world is open, it just takes forever to save it, even though like, it's smart enough to know when something has changed, so why does it need to save it again? Or like, what is it even doing? But okay, back to the tail. Tail. So, global position. I think what we're going to do first off is we're going to get the var end equals clamp. Or it's going to equal this. End. Oh, wait, no, this is going to be start. So yeah, relative position. Oh, because, okay, I think I see the issue here. This, so real position bubble offset minus screen position. So this is the position of the, okay. I think first of all, I don't really need to have like a second variable there. I'm just going to do real or like our global position. So basically, this is the position of the bubble itself. And then I need to get start. And this is going to be a vector 3. So relative position equals global position minus start. Oh, because this needs to be somewhere else. Oh, okay, I see. Because I can't have those two. Hang on. Redo, yeah, okay. Get that back to where it was. This needs to be here, and then we have this. So var len equals global position minus a relative position dot length. And then we put that in here. Okay. Basically, I was getting the distance from where we want the player, or where we want the character's face to be, to there, but the scale needs to be this length, from the start of the tail here to the where we want the end of it to be. And then I overshoot by 20 pixels and then divide by 8 because this sprite is 8 pixels wide. A bit confusing, but okay. So yeah, we get a relative position. This is the position from wherever on the bubble we're measuring, which is either, you know, one of the centers of one of these edges, to the character's face. That's what the relative position is. And then we put this between those 2 points. So like, you know, if we go from here to here, we might put this like halfway between them. And then we rotate it based on the angle, and then we scale it based on the distance between those 2 points. So why is this not working? Oh, I see. Relative length? Let's call it that. Okay. So yeah, now we're actually getting the position that we would like... No, we're not. This is what I needed. This is specifically what I needed. We actually get the distance from where we have put our little object to here, and that's what we use to scale. So that should hopefully fix the issue of the tail being too long. And if it doesn't, then I have no idea how it wouldn't. I guess... Oh, wait, hang on. No, I don't... I'm trying to think, what other scenarios would it be longer than it needs to be? Yeah, okay. So we can see here, for example, there's something weird with, like... When the distance... I think it's because the circle would be, like, here, and it's actually a negative length, I think? No, I don't... No, that wouldn't make any difference. Because it should literally be getting this distance to this thing. Or I guess to this thing? What if I just get a debug sprite in here? Actually, one of these thought dollops could be a useful thing. So we're just going to do... How did I not... Like, I pressed Control-C, and then I pressed Control-V, and then it didn't do that. Okay. Debug sprite. Oh, wait. These don't work because I have a panel container here, and that's going to mess things up. Speaking of... No, I'll do that later. Basically, strain content to relative size. Or with anchors instead of margins. And I'll do that by, like, creating another node between these two. I was complaining about it yesterday. Between the crashing. But okay. I guess I gotta just check. So what I can do is I can just create a debug point. Or a breakpoint. Yeah. Okay, so let's go to where it's wrong, which is... Okay, that's a good point. What is different about a point where it's bad? So, relative position is there. Start is... Wait, hang on. Oh, okay. Relative position... I forget. The debugger, it, like, doesn't get the value until later, and it's just a random value from memory until then. But okay, that seems reasonable, because that would be up and to the left. So basically, the relative position of this is, as you might imagine... Wait. Global position minus bubble offset, or plus bubble offset. Okay, so it's getting... What's our bubble offset? Okay, so this is to the right and down. Basically, because this is where the bubble is normally. Like, this is the 0, 0 of the bubble. And then it goes to the right and down. So it's picking this edge as, like, this is where we will draw our tail from. And then it subtracts the screen position from that, which means that we're getting a line from the screen position, which should be the character's face. Let's double check that. 830 by 411, yeah, that's about the center of the screen. And so we should be getting a line that goes from here to here. Which I think we're getting, even though... Oh yeah, because it's to the left and up. Okay, I forgot. Positive is right, down is positive. Okay, so our negative negative means we're going up and to the left, which makes complete sense because we're going up and to the left from the character's face to get to the bubble. And then our start position should be there, which makes complete sense. That's pretty close to it, but just a little bit up and to the left. And then start. So I think the issue is there something wrong with our global position? 235, 190. Oh, because it's not the correct position. Because this needs to still be that. Because it's going from here to here, actually. Or it's scaled as if it's going from here to here. Where it needs to be scaled from going here to here. Okay, so it was always the top left, which probably explains why it only happens when we're, like, when the bubble is up high, because that's when it's the least correct. Okay. There we go. Now it's a little bit better. So now the tail gets shorter, and I think the main thing I'd want is to just probably make it a little bit longer now, because now it's a little dumb looking. And I think what I should probably do is make the tail rounded off, because I was originally intending to have it drawn on top of things. Actually, what happens if I do that anyway? So I think I can put... So if we stop this... I think I can put it above the text, or below the text, but above the rest of the bubble. So that way, when it's flipped around, now you can see the bubble is one continuous shape. Kind of. Ish. And so hopefully that means this bubble... Okay, bubble tail's still there. Good. So that should make it not too bad to actually reorganize the container. But okay. Okay. So now it's a little janky because we can see the bubble, we can clearly see the tail, like, doing that thing. Or, like, you know, the corner there. I think my question is that acceptable jank, or should I do it the opposite way, where I have this behind the bubble? Also, I'm going to shrink the X scale of our bubble here. And I'm going to also hide these dollops. Okay, so the bubble tail scale X should be... Let's do 3. See how that looks. So now that tail's a bit thinner. And actually, I think that helps a lot, because that means that it's a lot less likely to extend over. And then I'm thinking, should there be... Yeah, I guess my question is this acceptable? And I think if I extend out this side of this bubble, because if we go to this side, it looks perfectly great. Okay. So just make that other side a bit more symmetrical. And then I guess tails are done. I was worried there was some sort of complicated, like, frame issue, but no. So yeah, I think, yeah, my next step would then be to figure out where I want to put the bubble when the character is outside of its, like, radius. Let's see, where's the speech bubble? Because we have narration bubble, thought dollop. Do we not have speech bubbles? Am I dumb? It also kind of just chooses a random place for me to open, but that's okay. Okay, bubble 1. Oh, wait. The actual Krita file. Okay, and we can see our issue here. I want this to be a little bit less. And actually, I'm going to make 1 pixel. 1 pixel should always be pitch black. Thank you, Godot. I have to, like, go in manually. There we go. So, yeah. And then I'll invert the selection, just make that black. But okay. Now we basically just do... add a little bit? Oh, wait. Am I not using a fuzzy brush? Oh, I'm not. Okay, hang on. Yeah, this is what we need. Do I want to make this a little bit nicer then? I guess that's fine. And then I'll do a little bit of a rounding out. Okay. Let's see this in action. Okay, and now it does what I want. It's a little bit more rounded out, and that'll make it so that when we do the bubble attaching here, it should be much, less of that little corner sticking out, breaking the illusion of everything. Yeah, and you can see at the very edges, though, it does still stick out. I could just make it so that this scale here is just 40 instead of 20. And then it sticks in a little bit more. But because the text has a border, and because the text is like there, yeah, okay. So yeah, there's only like very extreme places where it still goes out of whack, like there, for example. I don't know what the deal is with that. I guess because... oh, I think I know. I think it's because technically the box does not go all the way down. But yeah, I could call that good enough, I'd say. Because yeah, there are a few places where it'll break, but I don't care very much. Okay. Let's call that good. For at least the position... no, for the tails. Okay, fit size for reply boxes. Oh yeah, I need to double check that. What's the easiest way to check replies? I should just make a test character and a test world. In fact, I'm going to do that. Save myself like 10 minutes. So, hello, I'm the test guy. I'm gonna delete that. But I want lorem ipsum. The famous lorem ipsum. Hopefully there's still, like... Because we don't need AI to generate lorem ipsum. So that'll get large reply. Okay, so this will be our test. Okay, and then let's go to, I guess, mirror test. I'm going to put in a NPC. This will be ID test NPC and when we do stuff with the face, let's get what's my char sprite? New sprite frames. Gonna get a default palm. Don't I have you in here? Oh, I don't have you in here. Hang on. This is important to the game's development. This is integral to the success of the video game, that we have Palm exist in the video game. There's your default frame. Okay. And then I'm going to do 0.8 meters. Oh, wait. NPC test. Save. Okay. And then I should get that test NPC. Thereabouts is correct. Interesting. Thank you, Godot. It likes to do things that I don't expect, to keep me on my toes. But okay, where's your face? There's your face. Where's your wisp? There's your wisp. Okay. My headphone cable always rubs up against my arm and it annoys me. Oh wait, that's not what I needed. I needed F6, because I need to test the dialogue. So we can see there's some... It leaves something to be desired, frankly, the way that this is designed. So, for example, why is big so small? I think I need to set the minimum size of the minimum size. So when we resize, custom min size, so sv.x equals min or max of sv.x. And then let's say, I don't know, 100 or... And we should also have the maximum size of this bound rectangle to be something else. So it's still not setting that correctly. So let's try, so if I go here, so I go left, and then I'm going to go right. Okay, so the text, control.text, is big. Okay, and the area is, so our text size, 40 by 41. That doesn't seem right, but I'll ignore it. This actually seems totally incomprehensible and incorrect, like dramatically. Like this is not at all even remotely representative. Because isn't S1? Yeah, S1 is 40. So like... Oh, right, I already do this here when I do text Y by 8. Okay. So we don't need that at all, because I already did that up here, where basically I set the minimum size to be 8 times the line width, which is actually totally 100% wrong, I'm realizing now, because that means that... Oh wait, no, okay, that is correct. Because basically, this means that it's 8 lines tall. I turn that into the width, and I say, no line will ever be this small. I think this should be more like... Well, no, it doesn't matter what that is yet, because it's not right. But okay, so it should be... Oh, I see. What I do here is sv.x equals max text size dot y times 5. Let's do that. Actually, we could just do vector 2. So yeah, our x will be max of text size dot x, text size dot y, and then this will be text size dot y times 1.1. Okay. So let's try that again. Okay, so now we can see it gets that minimum size here. And I think we can make this minimum size maybe a bit smaller. In fact, we don't even need that here anymore. We're just going to do S1 times aspect ratio, and then if it's a one-liner, we do our other stuff. So that way... It should have been a bit more reasonable, I guess, because I was thinking... What if we make this, like, 2.5? Okay, 2.5 feels about right. And then here we just need to have it be constrained to the minimum of that. So our width is going to be actually the min of this, and then 0.8 times screen size divided by, or let's say dot x screen size equals viewport rect dot size. And this way, it'll never be... Actually, I think 65% of the screen size feels reasonable. So basically, if we redo this, that should have been smaller than that. I don't know why that wasn't smaller. Okay, so yeah, our next step now. Get this. So what is our width? Our width is 1024. That makes complete sense. Oh, wait, but it doesn't make complete sense. Because... Wait, no, it does make sense. And here we do SV again. So I'm going to remove this 1.1. Maybe. No, I guess I'll keep that there. That's fine. So yeah, if there's only one line, if there's this stuff... Okay, I need to try that again. Okay. Get this. So hopefully the game doesn't crash, or the whole editor doesn't come crashing down as I do this. Okay, so we got a big text size now. 64,000 whatevers. And we got S1, that makes sense. Screen size is that, width is this, height. So yeah, we need it to be 256 pixels long, so this seems completely reasonable for our size there. So why is it not this? Because yeah, it should be 1124. And then that's sv.y. Okay. So we got that, 287. So yeah, 11 by whatever. And then when we set it up... So why is it... It's just not the right size. It's just wrong. I should have, Because, yeah, it's really, really far. Okay, let's print the actual value of the size of this thing. Control, or like rich text dot size. If rich text... Oh, right. We don't do rich text here. We do, Right, and we don't even need this here. I'm gonna say that should be, You know, what if we just did size tween dot callback? Tween callback, let's just do print debug bind control size. Oh wait, no, but this will bind it to be something else. Let's do control, and then we need print size here. Print size, and this should be... I guess that's fine there. Control print debug control dot size. Okay. So now what it should do, we go back, we go forward. It should have printed. Maybe it needs to print, Okay, try this again. Oh, good morning. Trying to figure out my stuff here. So yeah, I'm seeing no printing here. Oh wait, no, I am seeing printing here. Okay. Rich label 2080. Why is it 2080? That's just the wrong number. That's just not the number that I set here. Because if we print print size control... Oh, it is actually, I just realized. Because we set size here. Okay, so we need the var control size. Control size equals, Gussied up. That means, made to look nicer. It's a rather antiquated way of saying it, though. And it's specifically for makeup, usually. But yeah, I'm gonna say control size should be, margin ratio times SV dot clamp. SV and screen size times 0.8. And then this is now what we set here. Okay, because what was happening was our margin ratios are actually all out of whack. And that means that this should actually be, let's put this at 0.5 and this at 0.75. Okay. So now there should be extra ratio, or now there should be some margins for all of these controls. Oh wait, no. And admittedly, I am testing things that are probably not going to exist. But okay. Now this dialogue is a bit more reasonable. It's admittedly, like for one frame, way bigger than it should be, but that's okay. I think what I'd like is to have overflow be hidden. And I think I can do that. Go back to here, go back to thought bubble. Overflow. No, there's no overflow thing here. Maybe here? Clip tabs. So, overflowing this node's width will be hidden, displaying 2 navigation buttons instead. Otherwise, this node's minimum size is updated so that all tabs are visible. Oh wait, no, that's not what I want. I want tab content to be visible. Okay, and it doesn't let me do that. I mean, I guess I'm okay with, like, extremely large things being like that. But okay. That means that now that should work. Also, I think the game just saved, and that's going to break all dialogue. Or that's going to basically reset the game. Maybe. Yeah, that starts a new game. I guess I'll put that in bugs just for tooling. Not that big a deal, though. But okay, that was better. Constraint contents of bubbles. I'm going to put that as also a could ship instead of a, you know, blocker thing. Okay, bugs. Tooling. Make separate save or test scenes. Okay, I need to switch back to sit mode and turn off my heater. Hang on. Yep, it's the same system internally. It has a new viewer, though, which has its own little saga of problems. But that's okay. But okay, so now what I want is for our little tails on our reply box. So this needs to do function process, I think. Oh, wait. Okay. How do we get our bubble here? I think what I need is to get the bubble offset as a thing that I can now manipulate. My big old brain is confusing me here. I think what I should do is I should just have like a custom... Yeah, I'm just going to do that. Function custom, or like, I know, tail position. Pass. And here what we're going to do is we can do tail position. Or like, position, tail. There we go. So, I know you enjoy making tools, but I have to ask, did you try other dialogue systems, like Dialog Manager or... Nope, I didn't try any of those. Yeah, a dialogue system is one of those things where the basics are simple enough that it's often not that big a... Or, well, I guess for me, because I've done a lot of them now, the basics are simple enough that I can make it faster than I could probably research and learn how to use one. And then as it gets more complicated, I find that I just make the tool that does what I want. Because it has a lot of very specific features. But admittedly, I probably should at least know what other ones look like. But I'm going to say bubble, offset, vector 2, I'd say screen position. So this is going to be screen position, bubble, offset. Huh. I didn't realize that was all that I needed. Okay, so this means that now we have this function that I can override in the thought bubble. So what are the complicated edge cases or things that take into consideration when trying to make a dialogue system? So the big things that I had were I have the concept of these contextual dialogue options where like you show an item to a character and then they say something about it. And I don't know how other dialogue managers handle that, but for me I just wanted it to be these very declarative, like, this is what the topic is, and this whole block is reserved just for, like, at any point you can show this photo of a baby house as long as these stats are true, and then you talk. And then there's other subtle things, like being able to run the dialogue viewer to check for new dialogue without actually doing all of the effects of it. So, like, in At the Ends of Eras, I often do this, where I have new dialogue here. So I have this little alert, and before you've even talked to a character, it's running the dialogue script every frame, or like periodically, to check for some new stat, and then it plays an alert over their head when you have new dialogue. So that way I don't have to have a separate system keeping track of like whether or not NPCs have something new to say. I keep it all in here. Though I guess the big reason I actually started with this was because I can just call my code directly. Like this is literally just calling a Godot function main speaker dot set latest with a string. And it can just intersperse this GD script in there. So yeah, I guess the main edge cases are, yeah, those blocks of dialogue, mixing in code from GD script, being able to handle effects, and being able to run it without actually viewing the dialogue. But okay, and here what we can now do is I'm going to have these, so I'm going to delete these as well. I'm going to change this into onReady var dollops array control, or no, array node 2D. Yeah, no problem. So now what I'm going to have is I'm going to have 3 sprites in here. Or no, just 2 sprites, I guess. Okay, so this is going to be dollop, and that's going to be a dollop. And then both of these need the actual... Oh wait, no, these need to have white, and then they need to have a new material. Bubble. shader. Okay. So we need that, and then we need our noise. Actually, where are these? I think... Hide that. Hide that. Oh, okay, they're up here. Scale these by like 5. That's good enough. Oh wait, but these do need to be white though. And that white texture is a bit smaller. Okay, getting a little closer. Let's do like 3 here. Okay, so now we can have 2 little speed or thought bubbles. I'm gonna actually make these bigger. Let's do like 8 and 5. Okay, yeah. So basically, it'll be in a straight line from the player's head to here. Though I guess it'll be... Do I want it to be from... I guess it's good enough if I do it from, like, to the edges, which are the same things that I have. Yeah, I'll do that. So expected indented block after function declaration. That's going to be... Does this thing not have player replies? Oh wait, no. There we go. Now I can have replies if I do this. There we go. So yeah, first one, second one. And so this will have a lot of similar things to our normal speech bubble. Like we have the relative position, start, relative length. We don't even actually need the relative length. We just need these two. And we should do here, if not tail, return. Okay. So var step equals let's say what do I want here? I guess relative position minus start divided by replies size plus 2. Okay. Now var s equals... So basically what I'm doing now is... Oh wait, actually, we don't need that. We can do +1 here. Okay. Basically, we get a point where we want the bubble to start from, and then we just put a bubble there, and then we put, for each next bubble, we'll like divide it up evenly, so it'll just be halfway between the two. So it might be something like that, for example. Okay, I guess that's fair. So we would just do start plus step times I. Let's call this position. But is a vector 2. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. We get each of our dollops, and then we get a position, and then we do dollops I dot global position equals position. In fact, we don't even need that. We can just set this there. Okay. Let's see if that works. So we go back to NPC test. No, mirror test. It's not quite looking right. I think one of them is right. The small bubble is in the right position. The big bubble should be halfway between those two, though, and I don't see it doing that. I think it's because this needs to be negative relative position. I think that does what I want. No. Okay, so it's actually just relative position. Okay, look at that. So now that does what I want, except for the fact that I'd prefer it to be, I think, underneath the bubble, unlike the other one. So here, just slap those there, maybe. Actually, I guess just have them both render behind a parent. I think I can do that here. There we go. Okay, so now we got a little bit better that. And I think I could make the bubble smaller, perhaps. Okay, yeah, so now that implies some bubbles there. And then let's finally get the bubbles looking good with their material. So I get like her noise. Probably maybe like that, and then like noise scale. Get it wobbly and warbly like that, and then noise effect. That, and we'll slow it down a little bit like that. Okay. So yeah, now everything warbles a little bit. And I think one thing that I'd want is probably, what if we did this +2, actually? I think I do want that. So yeah, then there's a little bit more space even there. And then also, for this dollop too, make that unique, because I want a little bit less outline thickness on that one. Okay, try this one more time. And then I need to test off-screen characters. Yeah, look at that. I wonder, is there any point? Okay, so I can get it here. And I can get the player completely screwed up with this gigantic bubble. But okay. And some crust with the mirrors still, but that's okay. That's just to be expected. Okay. Happy with how that works. That'll be good enough for me. Oh wait, no. Thought bubble. So fix size of reply boxes. I think I did that basically. So yeah. Now what I want to do is let's get a cutscene player. Get a camera here. Get an animation. No, thank you, Godot, for always picking the wrong thing. Okay. Where's cutscene player? Right there. Off screen. Okay. So basically, I'm gonna have like, or like, let's say, yeah. Current. Let's just do this. So I think this thing just gets its camera. So if it has node mover, if it has node camera, okay. So it does that. And then what I'm going to do for this camera, going to go outward like this probably, just so that we can see how it handles scaling far away. And then what I'm going to do, loop around. It's basically going to do a sort of full cycle. We can test how it works with like characters to the left and behind and right of us. So it'll be something like this. Yeah, okay. That seems fair. So let's go 1 second in the future. And let's say way up above these guys, so like right here perhaps. Or actually, let's say just with them just barely off screen maybe for a little bit of this. I didn't do it right. Okay, let's have a transform right here. And then right about... have it look up like that, actually. Actually, let's have it look away. Good enough. And then it'll come back to where it was, and there's a loop. Let's actually have it go toward the characters from here. So it's like, we also need to make sure that it gracefully moves between them. Okay. So now, this is too fast for me. That'll like kill me in real life. I think what I can do actually is just have all of these. So I'm going to do this animation player like 0.5. Let's see how this looks. Okay, that's a bit more reasonable. I'm also going to have this be cubic, so that way it's a bit smoother. Okay, now there's a bit more acceleration. That could give me... It feels like it'll give me motion sickness. But okay, if we like did this off screen, for example, okay. So we're gonna test some stuff now. This will be C play or C grab camera, and then we play off screen. Play loop around. C release camera. Okay, I think that's how that works. Let's double check our cutscene players API. We have grab camera, release camera. Okay, good. Oh, wait, no. Wrong button. Thank you, Godot, for not letting me stop the madness. Okay. So now I can test. I have a little test area where I can just test the things. Yeah, let's test how some camera moves. Oh yeah, it doesn't actually do anything yet until the character is in front of the camera. It's moving around a little bit too much. I think what I'd want is for the bubble to actually smoothly move from position to position, because it's changing its offset as the character goes in and out of the like central thing. Okay. So our next step then is to position the things where they are. So basically I'm going to say if or else var rp, or let's say, yeah, cam position equals I need to do, what's our world position here? C dot global basis dot z. We need the tracked node global position p dot slide global basis dot c. Basically, what this gets me is kind of the same thing as the normal thing. Basically, like instead of getting the actual position on the screen of the object, we are now instead getting its position in these X and Y, I think. Yeah, basically, this X, this Y, it'll be some sort of position on this that we can look at. And then what I can do is basically, I think, I'll just set it to the max of one of these. Or no, we'll basically just do var c equals oh wait, hang on, I need to change this a little bit. P minus c dot global position. There we go. So now it's the position relative to the camera. So like 0, 0 means it is directly behind the camera. And so what I can do is var cam, let's just do a normalize actually. Actually, let's just do it there. So basically, if this is not normalized, is normalized, cam position equals vector 2 down. Basically, I'll say if it's directly behind us, I'll just consider it below us. And then what I can do is var screen size, so we need that here. Position dot screen. Let's also get our max position. And I think var min position. Okay, and then anywhere I have vector 15, 15, we just do min position here. And so our global position will be, we actually need the bubble offset. So we actually kind of need all of this stuff here. Placed position and bubble offset. And that's screen position time or plus screen distance times direction. Now I'll just do it the same way. I'll have the same things here, but we'll do it a little bit differently. Especially because the bubble offset needs to be flipped. Basically, instead of, yeah, okay. I think I know how to do this. So, var extent equals screen size dot size or length divided by 2. So basically what I'm getting is the distance from the center outward. Actually, yeah, that's fair. Basically, I'm getting the distance from the center of the screen to the corner, because we're going to push everything outward, because it's behind the player. And so my assumption is when you're turning, for example, if the characters are off on this corner and they're behind the camera, it should be up here that the bubble is. So that way when the camera turns back around, they're there, and the bubble is gradually coming in. Okay, and that would be good. And then eventually I might have, I'll put that as like another thing here of like smoothly move the bubble between targets. And I think that's going to be a less important thing. This one might be more important. Well, for after the trailer, I think. Maybe. No, I think this one is more important. But okay, so we're going to just do extent is now going to equal cam position times screen size length divided by 2. And then we're going to do var position equals screen size divided by 2 plus extent clamped min position max position. And we should probably have, like, just hide the things instead, maybe? I'll think about that. So why is this not... Oh, because this is a vector 3. Okay. So what I need to actually do is then var cam2 is going to be... Let's call this cam3. So yeah, this is our 3D position. And then var cam2 equals vector 2. So this will be c.global basis.x. No. And let's make sure that this is right, because it should be negative y. Okay. So I think what I can do now is global... Oh, wait. Okay, so this is the position along the outside. And now what I need to do is I need to get a cam offset that is a corner of this. So we're going to have our bubble offset divided by 2 again. And we're going to do if position.x less than 0. So basically, if we're to the left, that means that we need this down here. So actually what I need is... I'm trying to figure out how I want to position these. And we actually don't need this here, because we're just going to have that at the very end. So yeah, this is our, like, real screen position. Let's actually double check that this works first. So I'm just going to clamp that. And then this should mean the top left of the bubble is moved to here. So when we get to here, it'll be, like, at the very corners. So I'm just going to do global position equals bubble offset. No. Position. And then we can position tail position size divided by 2. So that way it'll always be in the center of the bubble that it's targeting. And that'd be good enough for me for now. Well, eventually I'll just make it probably so that the tail is hidden. But okay. I'm the test guy. Okay. So the tail is in the wrong place, but that's okay, because we're not really testing that. But actually, it's kind of working better than I thought it would. Oh, wait, no. It's not quite, because it is janking out. Yeah, so I think I do need to have the bubble. This is kind of like a stress test for this thing, but... Let's actually just have it so that there's a hide tail function. And we're just going to do else tail. Actually, we're just going to do tail dot show hide tail if tail show. And what I'm going to do for the player replies, dollops I show and function hide tail for the in dollops hide. Okay. So now we'll be able to tell quite easily if we're behind, or if the character is behind the camera, because the tail should disappear. It doesn't seem like it is, though. I'll have to make sure that that works. Maybe we're never actually getting behind it? Huh. Does the camera actually get behind the player? Hang on. Oh yeah, they should definitely 100% be behind the camera here. So, like, we should be calling hide tail for this. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm done. That explains that, at least. Okay, so now we can see the tail disappears, and then it changes a little bit. I wonder if I can just use unproject position. Like, what happens if I do that? Oh wait, no, but I don't want it to be... I want it to always be at the edge, though. Okay, I think this will look better once I have... I need some velocity and stuff, so what I'm going to have is like a var target position vector 2 var velocity vector 2, and then const excel will equal, like, I don't know, 450 or something like that. Let's say like 1200. So 1200 pixels per second to accelerate to a position, and this will be 0. Okay. So basically, instead of setting our target position, or instead of setting global position here, we're going to set that to target position. Oh wait, that should be correct. Target position equals that. And then probably as we move, we're going to do... Velocity equals... I'm going to have a const speed. No, actually, we're going to have the speed be relative to the size of the screen. In fact, the acceleration should also be that. So I'm going to do like 0.5 and then const... Let's have this be like 1.5 and then const velocity equals 0.5. So relative acceleration and velocity to screen size. Okay. So velocity equals move toward global position minus target position by delta times... So yeah, now we need this. Delta times Excel. And actually, this should be... Let's just call this move. So that way I can split it out. Okay. So this will move toward var diff equals target position minus global position. And then we move toward the min of... Actually, let's do var s equals max... No. Min of diff or speed times delta. Right, and this should be diff dot length. And then diff, well, s times diff dot normalize. So basically what I'm doing here is we're moving our velocity towards something, and that something is going to be either the length, if it's, you know, if we can move there in less than a frame, we just move toward that velocity. Otherwise we do this, and then we're going to do Excel, or we're going to do global position plus equals velocity times delta. Okay. And then here, not even going to bother with that. Okay. Let's see if that works. So that should mean that now, instead of like flying, or no. That means that now it should like move into position. Is this not working? Oh wait, velocity already has the delta inside of it from here. Oh wait, hang on. So we actually don't need that, we need that there. I think that's better. Yeah, it does not seem to be moving very much. Hang on, let's put it somewhere like here. Let's see what the difference is. So our target position is 855 by whatever. And our difference is we need to go to the left and down. That makes sense. And our speed is 0.16. Minuscule amount. How is that? Oh, because the speed... Okay, because I forgot. Var s equals screen. Let's just get the screen size here. Yeah, because I forgot this is supposed to be screen size. Okay, hang on. So we're going to do all of this stuff dot min vector 2 ll. So basically, either direction is constrained by this length. And then what we do is s times diff divided by L, because now we have the length already. And that gets us the acceleration, which should also be accel dot... I guess I'll just do dot max, or times max of size.x screen size.y. So the acceleration will change if your screen is wider. I'm fine with that. Admittedly, I should probably be fine with the size being like that, but oh well. Okay. And now this needs screen size as well. In fact, I want it to be the opposite order. Just because I think delta should always be the first argument when you can tell that something is time sensitive. Okay. So now it should move faster than like 0.1 pixels per frame. Okay, now it's a bit more reasonable. And I think what I'd want is probably something actually to... I think I want faster acceleration based on the like distance that it needs to cover. So yeah, I'm going to say screen size time. So let's do 1 plus square root of L times that. A little too powerful now, I think. I think, what if I make the acceleration different? So, like, we have a faster acceleration. Oh, wait, no. I think what I should do is, like, 0.1 times L, maybe? Something happened. I think it turned to infinity. Yeah, because it's almost what I'd want. Except for, yeah, those exact moments. I think when it's 0. Oh, when L is 0, we don't do anything. So let's just do if not L, return. Oh, no. If L. We will then do, hang on. dn equal dn. So, like, if L dn equals dn divided, or diff divided by L, and then var dn equals diff. Okay. Yeah, because we're dividing by 0 at some point when we get exactly where I want to be. Yeah, it's kind of awkward a little bit. Yeah, I think what I really want is something a bit simpler. I'm going to do global position. Yeah, I don't think we need velocity, speed, or acceleration, for example. We do need a target position, though. Well, actually, we kind of don't even need that, because we can just have move toward target position here as, like, target position vector 2. And then we're going to have a function move toward target position. Probably move delta target position. And you know what, probably screen size as well. Okay. So yeah, now what I'm going to do is var velocity. This is going to be some sort of graph here. So what I'd like is... I think as we get closer and then it goes up like that. Well, we can just have... Yeah, I guess this is fine. So basically, like, what percentage of the difference do we want to make up? We can have like this, and then we can have like a minimum floor here. So like anywhere less than this, it just moves instantly to its position. So like this would be like min bist. Now I just need to remember what sort of thing looks like this. It's a sigmoidal function. And I think there's also, how do I do it for the player camera? Isn't it like a rig? Cam rig? Okay, it's here. Because I have a curve, don't I? I thought I did, didn't I? Did I get rid of that for the position? Update reflections, look, mouse look. Cam, yaw, global rotate, pitch angle, rotation degrees, all that stuff. Interactable. I swear there was a place where I actually did something with the position of the camera. Is that in the player? Maybe? Camera? Cam rig? Okay, camera object. So if we did move... So process, camera UI, update get camera objects, camera that, camera this, update reflections when we move though. We apply forces when we look though. When do we look? That's also in the physics process. Okay, this is where I do the camera stuff. I think. Yeah. Yeah, we have the ease curve here. And so yeah, I need to remember how to do easing. So it returns an eased value of x based on the easing function defined with curve. This is based on an exponent. So what I'm going to do is for d equals diff.length if d less than min pixels, which is going to be equal to some sort of thing. Let's just do actually like, I don't know, if it's less than 5 pixels, global position equals target position, return. Otherwise, our velocity is going to equal some sort of easing function here. Yeah, let's go to the player. Let's see what that ease curve looks like. Okay, so they're negative 1.7. I'm going to do that for here as well. I'm going to do just a constant... Now let's actually do export var ease curve equals negative 1.0. Okay. I'm going to do negative 1.2 probably there. Oh, right. My playlist is not working. Well, that's okay. I'm only a little mad. Okay. Going back to here. Now what we have is when we position a speech bubble, we are going to move it based on ease. Huh. How does that work, actually? H factor. Okay. I think what I'll do is I'll just do, like, var max equals screen size dot x times delta. Or this will be, like, our max speed. Let's say it can get across the entire screen in 1/10 of a frame, or 1/10 of a second. Yeah. And so we're going to do var v equals and actually I'm just going to keep that here. dn equals diff divided by d. Or let's say if d else diff. Okay. So yeah, we get the difference between our target position and our global position. Then we get the length of that. Then we get the normalized length of that, so the direction toward the thing. Then, let's just do if not dn. Actually, we can do this even earlier. Return. And then what I'm going to do is our velocity will equal max speed times ease of d with curve. And we're actually going to have screen size x divided by... let's do that. So basically this means that if we're all the way across the screen from where we're supposed to be, this will be 1. So we zip right there. As we get closer, though, it gets lower and lower. And then what we do is global position equals global position move toward target position by v times delta. Okay, and we don't even need dn. Right. Okay, so we don't even need that. Okay. Try this yet again. So yeah, this should make the change from... okay, so it's doing okay except for the fact that it's too slow. Yeah, so I think our max speed needs to be like 100 times that. I think it actually needs to be 1,000 times that. There we go. Look at that. Oh, isn't that lovely? I like how that looks, actually. It freaks out a little bit, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm glad that I did that. That makes it look a lot better. A lot smoother, more organic. It does jank out a little bit, but that's okay. And I like how now these, well, admittedly, they kind of freak out now a little bit, but that's okay. All right, let's test some camera moves. So now we can see how these work. And I'm surprised that it kind of like works well enough for me. The camera does freak out because of these particular moves, having the camera like center a lot. But okay. This all means nothing. Unless I can figure out, wait, hang on. Let's actually double check. Okay, I guess that's fine. No, wait. It's weird that the bubbles... Or it's weird that the bubbles all seem to go to the center bottom when the camera's actually behind us. Or yeah, when we're behind the camera like that. Well, now it's working okay. Yeah, you can see that it doesn't really go down. Okay. Let's try it in action, in the real game. Because I think with the smoothing, I can call that good enough. But yeah, that gives a lot more movement to this. That gives a lot more life to it. So yeah, next things would be the other UI. Also another bug that keeps happening is when I walk forward, I can't actually get a photo of anything. You can see that the little UI disappears. That's because the camera is doing a raycast from the player. So I need to like exclude the player from the initial raycast or something. But okay. I like the bubble. Even though as you look around, it can kind of like freak out a little bit. It's fine enough for me. Back in my day, we didn't have phones to take pictures. Let's take photos of birds. Hundreds of them. Millions of them perchance. Yeah, I like the movement a lot. And I think it adds a little bit of that subtle movement that I wanted with the like animation of it like popping up. Because now the speech bubble moves from one person to another, and it moves a little bit outward when the text changes size. Very appealing. I like that. Alright, show him that. Right under my nose, or over it, I guess. It's a lovely... Oh no! Look at that! My dang thing. Hang on. How do we make it so that I want this to never happen ever. And I think what happened is... Ooh, because the words are longer, the photograph... So, like, there's enough space, theoretically, for that. Hi, I'm good. How are you? I guess I'm getting the game ready for a trailer. Okay. So yeah, because the word is longer, there's an awkward wrapping there. So I think what I need... I guess maybe I can get away with just making the aspect ratio of the speech bubble wider. So we could do like 1.8 here, maybe. And maybe that would help a little bit. Okay, so that does help a little bit. It does mean that there's still a little bit too much, well. So yeah, the dialogue freaks out a little bit. The bubbles are not the most appealing there. Okay, so the next thing that I'd want is to make this photo bigger, I think. You know, I want the ability to, like, get the exact FOV, I think. Been a long day, but I came here. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing well. But okay, let's also double check that really big text works well. What did I eat today? Okay. Yeah, I think all I had today was Cheetos. I'll have to eat more later. But okay, I'm gonna say bubbles are good enough except for the actual size of them. So yeah, considering that... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, the last thing I want to do with that is this, and then bubbles can be officially good. So let's say that. Commit M. Bubbles move more nicely, and go a reasonable, or go to places for or when screen. Okay, I'm back to standing mode. This chair sucks. My butt cheeks are literally going numb from that chair. But alright, so there's a lot of complexity with actually getting text to look good with these things. I may still want to make fit to content. I wonder if I can do that. Hang on, I'm going to just check fit content. Remove that there. And I'm just going to see if that'll fix what ails me. Because I want it to be, no matter what happens, the player can still read all the text. Because that's like a game-breaking issue, if the player can't read the text. So let's start a new game. Okay. Alright. So I'm not seeing the like 500 quadrillion line issue, but I am seeing it looks like the text is just a bit too wide. Okay, but we need bird and man. Okay. So it feels like setting that minimum size is doing most of the work. Or like, that's fine. So fit content is working, I think. So if you ever want to stop by the backyard for lemonade, I'll keep the gate unlocked for you. Oh, I've got an idea. Well, before and after. Took this way back in 2012. Okay. So I think that's okay. So let's say that's fine. And then what I need to do is I need to get another container in here, and let's hope that this works as well. So I think a center container in their center at their minimum size. I think that's fair. So what I'm going to do is this. And I think, yeah, I don't think anything will be killed by that. Oh, except for the fact that this now needs to be Oh, wait, but I need to fucking make it so that it still needs to be something that can be clipped to a minimum size. How do I do that? No, that's not at all what I want. Layout. Transform. Let's get our content margins here at least. So this panel, our content margins here, wherever those are, content margins. These can be completely ignored now. Those aren't relevant, but this needs to be something else. So what if I change the type of this to just a control? And then this is like the full rectangle here. And then we can make it so that this does like 0.8 or something. So we'll just do custom here. Okay. So now that should be able to get things. And yeah, all of these, for example, need that removed. Okay, thought bubble also needs a control. And actually, we can get this bubble... I guess that bubble tail's exactly where I want it to be. Okay, so I'm going to call these as well container. Okay. And by default, these will take up the full rectangle. And I guess those could be fine... Oh, wait, no, hang on. We also need to go back to here. Our style box. Yeah. Theme override style. Okay. And what I can do now is go back to here. Custom rectangle. So like 0.1. Let's do 0.05. 0.9 here. And then I'm going to do like 0.1. I think this needs to be 0.15. 0.18. 0.9. Okay. So that keeps the text constrained to the bubble. And then we'll do the same thing with our last but not least thing. Custom anchor points. Oh. Okay, that seems fine. Uh, 0.94. Okay, let's clip that all properly. 0.1? Yeah, okay. There we go. In fact, this should be 0.95. Actually, let's just make that 1. So basically that extends down to there. And then that means I can even do that for example, this part here, because that can be... Yeah, let's bring that bottom back to 1. So that way the accept button is there. Okay. I don't think anything broke, because I was using the export variables. So that means when I move the nodes around, they should be fine. Oh, but not quite. Because this needs to be container, hbox container, that. Okay. Anything else? No. And let's also load it faster with this. Okay. How are you doing, Palm? Not quite correct. Actually, I do kind of like that, though. Like, I like having the ID above the bubble. kind of. So yeah, I think the main thing that's causing conundrums for me is that I don't know if I like that. And if I do, I don't know how to make that a thing that's constant. Because that is not that's not what this was designed to look like. If we do this, Is it because the minimum size here... Okay, I think it's because the minimum size here no longer, like, has to respect the size of everything else. Yeah, because I don't think the container actually, like, sends its size out to the panel. The panel now just does whatever it does. Which means, honestly, I could have just turned it into a panel. But yeah, so I think what I want is to increase the amount of y-axis that I have there. Because yeah, I do kind of like how this looks. Hang on, but what if we did options, font size? So if I made the text size bigger... So I think I just need to make that y-axis a bit bigger. I'm going to just change that. So when we change the... Go to, like, margin container, whatever that is, margin ratio. Okay, so I think it's going to be by default now like 1.5 to 1.5. Okay, try again. And for the final game, I do need a save management UI. But okay, that seems better, except for the fact that I think it actually just needs to be 2 all around, maybe? No, I think X is fine as it was. Yeah, the X was fine as, like, 1.5. And so that means speech bubble, actually, we need to change this. Okay, that's fine as it is. So I think the issue is I actually need to make the overall size of the object, Okay, that seems good enough. I think... Yeah, I think the Y is now too large for some of them because it's supposed to be a constant value. I think what I'd actually want is to get this container's size, or no, have this container's size be constrained by its children. And I don't think I can do that from here because I just want a container that has like some sort of anchor container. Godot anchor container. And container sizing to fill parent. So yeah, because what I want is a container that can, maintain anchor margins. Okay, that's going to be tricky. Because yeah, I want this in here to maintain relative size against the bubble, but I still want the bubble to expand when the minimum content, like when the minimum rect size is too big. So does that mean, like, if I expand this out, how does that look? Okay. Godot size control to fit children. And I want to change the type to some sort of container. I mean, I guess I could actually just change this into... Oh, wait, no, but I still need the fucking... I still need the anchors. That's the whole point. I can't just use a container. A margin container. Yeah, can controls within... I guess what I could do is I could actually just set the box margins of the size of the object to... I don't know how to do this. I guess I'm fine with... No, the bubbles are just too big now. Yeah, I think the best way to do this is actually to do it via code. I just change all three of these to margin containers. And so what I'm going to do is a onReady var margin container equals container. Okay. And that means that we no longer have the convenience of that. Instead, what I'm going to have is a... Actually, I guess I could just have an anchor. Or, no, instead of that, it's going to be here. I'm going to have this be called an anchor container. Okay, and then export var 1 var range equals 1 point, or no, left. So left, right, top, bottom. So it'll work exactly the same as a... I'll do it this way. Well, it should probably be the same ordering as the actual anchor things. Because, yeah, we can see here however the heck anchors work. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, basically, what is the layout function? So, like, custom layout controls in Godot. Hmm. Anchors don't reflect the parent, only the children. So yeah, I think what I just do is... hang on, where the heck is our... So how does this margin thing work? Theme overrides? Is it this? That's so stupid. I hate Godot so much. Ah, whatever. Hang on. Cool. Let's just do a function process delta float pass. Now what I'm going to do is var s equals get size. And then we're going to have add theme constant override margin bottom margin. So let's do margin left, top, right, bottom. And this will be s.x times left. And then s.x, or s.y times top. Actually, are these negative or positive? Let's check with this. So if we did like this. Okay. So margin right. If this goes up. Okay, good. So they work the way that I expect them to. In fact, all four of these should be enabled for that, I guess. Oh yeah, so all of these are anchor containers. So this will be s.x times 1 minus right. And this will be s.y times 1 minus top. Or no, bottom. Alright, so what's the malfunction here? Narrowing conversion to int. Then ignore it. Okay, I'll just... There we go. Okay, so it gets its size every frame and it sets its margin container to do that, and that should hopefully do something that is better than what it's doing right now. So if we change this, for example... Oh wait, let's close this. So dialog bubble. Admittedly, my lack of food might be getting to me, but okay. Now I still have the exact same controls as before, and it's properly resizing the container. Look at that. That's amazing. So yeah, now the container gets a little bit bigger as it gets a little bit narrower and whatever. Yeah, let's do 0.1, 0.1, 0.95, 0.9. I like this. Okay, I'm glad that I actually wound up doing this, rather than like giving up and doing it badly. And I could actually... I wonder if I can make the margins negative. Because we could do, like... like that, for example. That'd be fun. Because what I can do is then... I probably won't do this, but... we could hypothetically push these... Oh, wait. I have to do that. There we go. I could push this below. Like that. Look at that. Fancy. But I'm not going to do that for now. In fact, keep that at 1. Keep 1... I guess right there is probably good. Basically, we have to look at the dialog box itself. I'll say that. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Thought bubble. Oh wait, no. The container in the thought bubble. Say this one, I'll do a similar thing. Here's our top. I think that should be lower, so that way this gets there. Okay, that feels about right. And then we get the bottom to also be about level. So that's where the text is. This is the bounds of the text. We could move this one a little bit inward, I think. Yeah, that feels okay. So let's try this on for size. This should mean that every frame, it'll properly set its things. Which will hopefully not horribly mess things up. Okay, I like this. And also I'm going to do options, display. And we should also have when the dialog resizes. We need to do that here, but okay. Say that. Where's a bird? Kinda, yeah, awkward bubble placement there, but that's okay. Okay, so I nearly popped a blood vessel doing that, but now we have a thing that can anchor things, and it maintains size. It should hopefully not... Oh wait, I forgot. The whole point of that was to make it so that when we go back to here, when we go to our ratios for these should now be 1.5. I'm going to put this back to 1.25, and then put back our thought bubble to 2. Okay, that's still exactly where it was. Try this again. So yeah, now we can see, let's make sure that that overflow still doesn't happen. Yeah, look at that. I just like it. Alright. Try this again. Unacceptable, unacceptable. That's literally not even supposed to happen. Let's go back to my, Oh, wait, no. I forgot. I didn't actually fix this here. Because, yeah, this is supposed to fit content. Then if we go to the narration, make sure that that also fits the content. Okay, yeah. Okay, good. And now it looks fine. And the sizing has not been an issue ever since I realized that you can set, or when you configure the minimum size, that seems to not mess up the dialogue so much. But okay. This one leaves something to be desired, I think. Oh, wait, but I don't even need the, I don't think I even need the margin ratios anymore. Yeah, so get margin ratio. Get this, just do SV there. And actually, we don't even need to, yeah, we don't even, hang on. We don't even need this. We don't even need to set the control size, I don't think. Because now we're just setting it by, doing the other thing. Yeah, let's test that. So yeah, I think with the just setting the aspect ratio of the text, I believe will do exactly what I want. And I don't have to manually resize other things. Oh wait, no, but that doesn't make it smaller. Right, okay, what if we just tried making control size always 0? Okay, but if this doesn't work, I won't fiddle too much with a good thing. Because it was basically good enough. Oh yeah. Okay. We still need that. Okay. And we still need the margin containers. And if we go back to the thought bubble, it should hopefully still have its containers. No. So 2? Was that what I wanted? Okay. And I think actually, I really think we don't need any margin containers at all for Y. What if we just did 1% more? Because yeah, I feel like, why would the panels be not big enough? They're panel containers. They should be sized appropriately to fit their dialogue. But okay, yeah, this does fit a lot better, and it makes it a lot easier to tell who's talking. But okay. Oh. Why is it so big? Why is it so big? Is it because fit content is no longer correct? What if we get this, get this again, turn that back off. Oh yeah, and my things died again. Hang on. I'll let this take its 25 minutes to actually do things, and then... Okay, now I can't get the mouse still. There we go. Let's do this, and then we'll shuffle and loop. There we go. So yeah, I'm seeing things don't feel quite right. It's a little too square now. Okay, so let's try this again. Okay, I think that works, but why is it so different? Why is the minimum size of this block of text so different from what's actually needed? But okay, I do like this though. I like how the game just like can't even handle the size of her box. Or the size of this dialogue. But okay. Yeah, I think it's probably about as good as I can get it, unless I go into manually wrapping the text. And in fact, even then, it seems like the rich text label just doesn't respect size. Like, you can't set the size of it if you want it to fit the content as well. I think we need a little bit more aspect ratio on the speech bubble. Let's change that to like 2. Because yeah, I want the dialogue to be a little bit wider than it is tall. It's also kind of fun just making the dialogue box move around, especially now that it has that easing. It just looks like something that's like physical, accelerating around. In fact, I could make it so that the material gets faster as it moves around more, but I'm not going to do that. That'd be way too much. Okay. So I think my next step is the context for the dialogue. So yeah, I think that's fine. That's then good enough for me. Get all that stuff in here. Introducing the anchor container. Okay. Little sounds. What do I want for those? Not like a pop sound. I use that everywhere. Trying to think, what is a bubbly sound? Like, not my water bottle. It's too physical. No. Okay. So I want UI when talking about a photo. Yeah, let's do that then. So yeah, I'm really happy with all this. Let's hide the speech bubble. Let's hide the narration. Actually, let's keep the narration. No, actually, let's keep all of these. Because now we're going to go to UI. And we can just hide the dialogue viewer, I think. Dialogue viewer bubble. Goodbye. So yeah, I think what I want is a, let's just have a texture. Actually, let's have an H box. No. I'm trying to figure out, so notifications, for example. It should actually have two things. One of these is going to be an HBox container. This is going to be like context. And then this can have like a texture rect inside. Oh wait. Texture rectangle. And that can have like that for now. And what I'm going to have here is a fit width. Keep aspect center. And then the minimum size of this is going to be like 256 or something. Fit height. Okay, there we go. And then we're going to have a label here because it's going to be like talking about guy. And then let's see if I can transform this with a rotation maybe. No rotation on that. Because we need another control in here. So this is going to be our spacer. And this thing is going to have 256 by 256. And then what I can do is I can have this move around a little bit. Oh, thank you, Godot. Right, can I, like, hide this? Nothing works. Okay, context spacer, texture rectangle. Basically what I can do is I can rotate this like that, and we can have, like, a little subtle movement animation on this to give it a bit more motion. And then, like, I can position this in a different location like that, for example. Okay, and then I'm going to have an animation player. So this will be like float. No, do I want every? What if I want every UI element to be subtly floating? Nah, I'm going to keep it like this for now. But okay, that means that actually, I just realized, that means that I can keep this where I want it. So I'm going to do animation player again. Reset. basically get all of this stuff. There we are. So then we can have like a use image animation. And what this can do now is we can actually get this whole thing here. Let's make it a top... No, let's not make it a top level. Well, trying to figure out how would I make that so that basically I can grab... I'm going to go insane. I want to keep this, and I want to move it, but I can't hide it because I have to do this. And then if I do that, this is in the way. So I think the big issue is that, yeah, this whole thing here has a finite amount of space beyond its bounds. Oh, because it's inside of the list. Yeah, okay, so what I'd actually need is a texture rectangle that's outside of this, so probably like the photo... Okay, I think I know what I can do. I can I can make a photo that's like tween to the global position, then it like moves itself into here. Okay. So let's just add a script to this. This will be UI context, that's fair. Function show pass, or no, function display photo. Spacer texture rectangle dot texture equals photo texture. And actually, I have a much easier idea. What if I just make it so that this thing like disappears and pops out? Because we kind of have the ability to do that with like I'm also going to have like label.text equals translate S subjects? Get subject names. Okay. No, wait, no, we don't need to do that. We need to do photo and then like subjects string. Or no, array string. Okay, and what we do here is we can localize a list of things. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to map subjects dr. There we go. And we can also have function exit, which will do, what will it do? Yeah, I need to figure out how to make it so that this thing can, like, show and hide. I have a good idea. I'm just going to have this wiggle a little bit and scale up. So it's going to do, like, no. Let's have this do, like, 350. Between that down into here, and then we go down to 256, so we're going to have this be like 0.5 or something. And let's actually have this do a curve like that, I think. No, I want it to do more like this. And then we can also have the rotation here. And then we can, I don't know, do something funky with that. Maybe like this. And I think actually we need like 0.25 here, and then we just move all of these and get this a little bit less intense, so it's like that. Actually, I do want it to be 0.5. Because we will overshoot slightly, and then correct. Let's say 250. Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah, we no longer need a custom minimum size. Okay. Get that in there. And then here we kind of do like, I don't know, this. Move that a little bit more in like that. I think that's fine. I don't care very much. Okay. And then we're going to have in reset that. I'm going to have this go to 0. So basically, I want to draw some attention to this. And this should be like that, basically. Did we ease this nicely? I want it to be eased a little bit more. Okay. And I don't like this one. And then I want this one to be a little bit more. There we go. So now we can have a little bit better of a thing here. Oh, wait, no. And we also need to have a say list here. Let's try that. That should be fine. Okay, and also we'll have a show, and we'll have animation player play use image. Hide. Let's say that for now. Okay. Oh, and also when this thing is ready. Hide. There we go. Okay. So now we have a very simple thing that has the ability to like give a little bit more excitement and context to things. And then I'm going to go to UI here. And anytime we use a photo, so when we show a photo, let's get our exports. You know, let's just do context dot show, no, display photo. Oh, but I need to have an even more sophisticated thing, which is I need to select which photo from the dialog is used. So dialog item displayed. No, that's not what we need. Dialog exited, dialog started. Start dialog, end dialog, on item displayed. I need to go to the status menu now, and let's hide, or display that again. Okay, I think maybe this... So yeah, what do we actually do? Do we have a signal here? Resort children? No. Okay. Update photo list. Wait, what the heck am I looking at here? Okay, that also doesn't have any fancy signals. Okay, update photo list, selected photo, call deferred. Populate challenge photos, update photo list, on use photo. UI, okay. So what I actually want is, when we do go to special, this probably needs to have the topic that we find. Ooh, and that's going to be really hard to find. Because I think find item now needs to actually get more stuff. It needs to return what list of things was here. Yeah, because I want it to be specifically, it shows you what topic is actually being used here. So if we go to the label, actually, oh wait, I think we can get it. Somewhere in here, I think that it's somewhere. Oh wait, but it's in the narrow. Basically, the labels don't actually keep track of, like, their requirements. And I don't think I ever used debug cons. And I think it might be easier, now that I'm thinking about it, for narrow to, let's do this. So, ran to narrow down successful check or notify. Let's test what narrow is. Get compiled sequence.find label label ex. Compile custom params item. Yeah, when the heck do I set narrow? I think that must be in the parser. Or maybe the importer. Let's test those as well. Actually, wait, why is that out here instead of, like, in here? Or no, resource. I guess because this. Yeah. Is it in here now? Yeah, I have no idea where the actual, like, oh wait. Duh, it's here. Label. So label search working labels append. So item.labels equals working labels. So what is a label? It's just a string here. So when do we actually compile labels into the code that they use? I guess that would happen when we do np, when we do the dialog evaluator. Equals condition, eval params, sequence.find label label ex. Oh, okay. And that's if that happens. You know, I'm just gonna not have debug cons here. Well, no, you know what? I'm not gonna fuck with things too much. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna add a, like, topics, or like var subjects, array string. Okay. And basically now, args. Okay. And that's where check items is, and check items is this stuff. And so check string equals this. So label.check equals that. Okay. Label dot subjects equals args. Okay. So now I can get, if we go back to, or like find item. Okay, go to special. How do we go to special actually? Is that in dialog importer? What the hell am I looking for now? Go back to the player. Because yeah, now we have the ability to get the actual subjects that are related to it. If we go to special. So L equals eval. So I'm going to have an item label here. And basically, I'm just going to do return L. And that means that now what I can do is when we go to this, I can do UI dot, let's see. UI dot show. See. Let's call it show context photo, and then var label equals that. Okay. Okay. And so that means that when I go to UI, there should be a function called show context. And I'm going to put that down somewhere here. Put it after that. And this will be photo, label, dialog, evaluator, item label, context, dot, display, photo, and then label dot subjects if label else nothing. Okay. Let's see if that actually does what I want it to do, because that could be very good. And it would be good enough for me, I think, to have it just be able to, like, Oh yeah, that's funny. You can just take a photo through the grass because it doesn't actually check for visibility, it checks for collision. So, like, this is a photo of the goddess, but this is not. Ah, well. Hang on. This feels like something that'll get copyright claimed for. I mean, I guess it's not, it's almost done, but oh well. But okay. Let's go to view. Label.subjects equals args. Sign. Label.subjects.append array args. There we go. Try again. But okay, if I knock out a few of these one-day things, that'd be good for me. Yeah, this frees up so much of the screen space as well, because now, yeah, the dialogue is mostly small lines of text. Wait, why is she... Hang on. You don't have the correct material. She needs... Go to material for her sprite. She needs a billboard local. Then Mrs. Weston. Oh yeah, that is fine. Because yeah, she should not have that. Let's save the game here. What was I looking for? I've completely forgotten what the actual, like, thing I was doing was. Oh, yeah. Talking about the goddess. So you shouldn't look too closely at her, sweetie, otherwise she'll look back. Okay, so we need a localize function. Because when we go to the UI... No, when we go to our context, we need this to be... static function localize text string. Actually, don't I have that somewhere else? I'm just going to return er id plus text. Oh, I guess this is a... Okay. So now if we try this again, talking about the goddess. Okay. Oh, and then we have to, like, have that, like, do something. So hang on. Then, yeah, when we exit the dialogue. Let's do... Go to NP dialog. No. Let's go to the UI. So end dialog, we're going to do aspect ratio container. Hang on. Go here. Dot exit. Okay. And that way that'll disappear as well. And for now, all it needs to do is hide. Oh, right. Something interesting has happened to Mrs. Weston. Did I set her material override incorrectly? Oh, I did. I added an overlay. Okay. And now, when you spin around, she's the same brightness. Basically, characters are not surfaces that are, like, flat. They're meant to represent 3D objects. And so they should not have shading that's based on, like, the direction that the physical surface is facing. But okay. Have I found your husband? So now I kind of want the ability to leave dialogue again. Nah, but it's too prone to soft locking, I think. I mean, I guess I could just make it so that you can still move around in dialogue, but you just can't leave dialogue until it's advanced. That'd be funny. You know, that would be funny. I'm just gonna not lock the player when they start dialogue. Let's see how that turns out. Because I like the ability to move around. And this means that, like, you can You can just keep going. And you'll eventually, you know, you can still see who's talking. But you can't jump because that advances the dialogue. Yeah, I like that, because I like being able to reposition myself in dialogue to get, like, nice shots. Even as, like, a player, I just like to be able to do that. Okay. And the dialogue is still sticky, so the player won't accidentally, like, soft lock themselves if they, like... or, like, they won't get confused by that. But okay. So how do you again, kid? Where the heck are the birds? Oh yeah, let's test this. I wonder if it is a new fence. But yeah, I'm doing new speech bubbles. And admittedly, I think in this exact shot, it does kind of an awkward transition. Yeah, it goes from top to side to left. Yeah, I'm quite happy with how it's turned out. It took... OBS crashed like 5 times yesterday trying to get that working. Wait, didn't I show you? Oh, I didn't show you the photo. Okay. So now we're talking about ID_bird. Oh, so now I need to actually figure out, okay, so I'm going to need to have some more localization text. Thank you. Yeah, and my next thing is things like this UI, which is not excellent. Because I want it to be you can both look at it closer and also that it takes up less of the screen when you don't need it. So yeah, let's say that, save and exit there. I need to do more localizing. Let's see. Player, what am I looking for? Languages. Because yeah, now there's a lot of languages are reading, like ID bird. Bird. For example, ID human, person. Because now there's a lot more of these hidden opportunities. Or a lot more of these, whatever they are. Okay, because yeah, the other thing that I added was, when you do this, it says talking about bird up here. And so that helps the player know what's happening in the dialogue. And I'll have to make sure that I've gotten all of those IDs eventually. Okay. Let's see. I guess I'll say that that's good for that. I really am happy with how that looks. So move the photo to the corner, list the topics. So I'll have to make sure all photo topics are localized. That won't really be a trailer thing, though. And yeah, little sounds will be good. Well, yeah, I need to do that for this. Maybe balloons? So I could get actual balloons and, like, move them around or, like, rub against them to make sound effects. Let's see, what other sounds do I have around me? Like, I'm trying to think of, like, things that are bubbly. Water? Soft fabric or whatever. A pen? Because we could also have it be like as if someone's writing out the text, even though I'm now just going to have it instantly pop up rather than doing the gradual like unfolding of the text. And then bold text, I think I'm actually fine with how it is. And yeah, now there's definitely some movement in the boxes. Oh wait, no. What was this gonna be? I don't remember what this is. Oh, the photographs or something. Okay. Do I want Xbox controller prompts? I might just do the generic prompts. Let's say better looking generic prompts. Because eventually I'll need Xbox prompts. But okay. I think I'm going to do the photo taking animation, so. What did I do here? Oh, I see. So yeah, let's say conveniently expose the subjects of a label. And eventually I should probably simplify the code that I have, because right now I generate code to check if the list of objects has the label, when I should just make it not do that. But okay. Oh yeah, push that, because that'll bite me if I don't push it. Okay, and then add the rest of this. So now we have like display the context of a photo, or like used in conversation and the subject. Or yeah. And that's used in one specific used in one specific puzzle where Mrs. Weston will talk about anyone else in a photo before she talks about herself. So you have to get a photo of just her without like her husband or anything. And I think better looking generic prompts, I might just use the PlayStation controller if I don't do that. So new photo selection animation. Do I care? I think I'm gonna make this another like hood ship. So yeah, subtle bob and the status menu thing, I like that. Let's do that one, that's gonna be easy. Because I think what I'm gonna have here is status subviewport items. So hopefully we don't fiddle with the items too much. Oh wait, no, let's do, oh wait, no, that's not the thing that we need. Okay, we do fiddle with the items. So we're gonna have to fiddle with something else then. Because I think what I want is... Okay, so we only deal with the external... this node here. So I think if I just fiddle with these internal ones... Yeah. In fact, what I should probably do... Yeah, I'm just going to add like a random deformer thing, or like random translation. Just add a node here. I'm just going to call this like... Actually, we don't even need that. I'm just going to call it like float or something. Let's call it a 3D. Let's call it a floater. Okay, so basically this is going to have export var nodes array node 3D. And this is actually going to be tool. And basically what this is going to do is process delta pass here, export var rain, so speed. Let's go like 0.1 to like 100, no, 10. And this will be like movement. This will be like 0.25 by default. This will actually be like 0.00121. And basically what this is going to do is for n in nodes, we're going to get some sort of Perlin noise based on their position, I think. Let's have that as well. For noise 2D. We should also have var time equals 0.0. And so time plus equals delta. Okay. And so basically speed, we're going to have n dot global transform equals noise dot sample. How do we sample a texture in 3D or on the CPU? Resource, maybe we get the image. What if we just get the image from here? And then I think we can get, oh, we have to get the data maybe? Compress, convert, create, get pixel, okay. So we can get the pixel, I was hoping there was some way that I could do this better than that. I think I'm not going to use this. Instead, I'm just going to use some sort of noise. It's going to be like global transform equals no wait, we need to have hopefully these are at 0. Oh, they aren't. Oh wait, this is not the right thing. This is the right thing. Okay. And these are also not 0. Yeah, because I decided that I needed some of these to be able to move around. Okay, so we're going to have var starting equals this. Our starting transforms. Let's just have positions. Okay. For I in, no, function ready. N in nodes, positions equals n dot position. And then we're going to do position. So for size, this is going to be var node equal nodes n. Node position var p equals positions n. We're going to do our standard position plus, I don't know, sine of like 3 plus, this is going to also be movement times let's just say time, sine time, sine time, and I'm going to do just like time plus 1 and times plus 2 or something. And then we should probably also have some sort of hash here, like var offset equals array floats. So, oh wait, no. And we need to do dot push back n. And then also offset dot, let's say offsets. Oh wait, yeah. Array float. I times random. Okay. Basically what I do here is plus O equals offsets n. Okay. So basically what I'm doing here is it changes each of these things, and let's do like x, y, and z separately. So I'm going to do like 0.8 times that. Y is going to be that. 0.7 times that. Actually, let's do like half. Okay. Oh, okay. So what I should be able to do now... And actually, let's not have this be a tool. And this will just be a node that I can do anywhere. But okay, let's see how this looks in-game. So what this should do is it should just add a little bit of random movement to every single thing. I think it'll be a lot of random movement, though, because I just realized it's like 1/4 of a meter. Is it working? So node... Oh, because I don't have any positions. Okay. Yeah, because we don't have any children yet. We need to get all of these. And specifically, these subnodes. And then that'll help them move around a little bit. And it should hopefully, if... Let's just say... If is visible... Well, actually, hang on. Do we have a canvas item visibility? No, we don't have any visibility here. Hopefully... Oh, wait, I see. It's already started. This is running like 12 sine waves, everything. Okay, so we can see it's a little bit too big. Let's do like 0.02. Getting a little bit better. 0.02. Oh, wait, no. 0.01. Let's do 0.001. Actually, let's just divide it by 100, actually. We're just going to do 0.01 times that. So we're going to measure in centimeters instead of whatever else I'm doing. Because, yeah, I like that little bit of movement there. Okay, I think that's reasonable. And then I'm going to move this to be a little bit slower, maybe. And then we can do like this. Oh, that's an issue. Yeah, that one is not correct because we're doing something with the challenge photos that I wasn't expecting. And that's because... Go to items, challenge photos. Okay, that's because both of those are used, so we need an actual, like, third thing, I think, in here. Actually, what if I just use the armature? Yeah, I can just use the armature. Fuck it. Hang on, go back to this thing. Remove challenge photos. Add armature. See how that works, because, yeah. Breaking that. And yeah, this will give me yet more movement. The game will not feel static and dead. Okay, and yeah, you can see just a little bit of movement. I like it. Oh yeah, and then I should eventually add, like, proper things here. but okay. Okay, so that feels good. Subtle bob and status menu. Rework challenge photo UI. Get the photo. Okay. So yeah, we need a button for that now. And also, I need a little bit less music in my ears. Well, now it's too low. Okay. So yeah. Take a photo, the photo goes up. Oh yeah, when we take the photo here... Okay. Subtle status menu bob. Okay, that's good, that's good. So yeah, my next challenge then is the photo UI here. Hide that. Hide that. There we go. Okay, now I can get the photo taken. And I think now what I want is... I think I want this here, this there, and then I want this to be anchored to the lower side here and exclusively spread outward. And I want it to not be centered. So that way we have this down here. And then what is this? Oh, that's the subjects. Okay, that's fine. So yeah. Now what it's going to be is when we take a photo, hopefully this photo taken stuff here. Ooh. Actually, I just realized. And then we're going to have the list here. Okay, photo taken, list subjects. That's that. And this is the actual list. No, that's fine there. Okay. So we don't actually need that, I don't think. Okay. So I think none of this will be necessary anymore. Because what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to have a photo anim.play show photo. And that'll be right here, animation player. Okay. Animation player. Actually, I just realized I do need to take the, so when we do this, hang on. We still need this to have a photo taken. Actually, let's just have this handle its own thing, dot show photo, or like display. So yeah, this is now going to have its thing here. And I think that means that I don't actually need any of my other stuff here. So yeah, we're going to remove that. Then go back up to this, and I think we don't need this, and we don't need that. And we don't even need photo tween. Okay. So yeah, now, when we display a photo, actually, we don't need all that stuff. We can just do list slash subjects. And what is this? This is going to be prompt. There we go. Okay. And also, when we display context, var s equals subject, or let's do like if subjects dot empty, subjects equals or no, subjects equals subjects dot filter function s, where return not s dot begins with underscore. Okay. If subjects is empty, then we're gonna have var text equals s, or no, nothing. Photo dot print or get subject names, else text equals this. There we go. Okay. Basically, if there are no subjects in our list from our like prompt, we'll then get just the subjects from the photo. And that means that I don't need to localize like things like just a bird and a human, because if there's no subjects that are like visibly displayed, it'll just show the list of like things in the photo. Well, that's not as fun though. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to remove this part. We're not going to filter it there. But if there are no subjects, then we wouldn't be doing anything though. Yeah, none of that actually does anything for us. Because yeah, we still need to do... Okay, so we still need to do everything that I just did. Okay, well, that was a waste of time. Let's do this instead. So, texture equals photo texture, then animation player play, show photo. Okay. And this is now going to have a unique animation where it's going to start with full rectangle. I guess. Yeah, I guess that's fine. So yeah, let's key those. So I think this will be like 5 seconds or something. So it'll be like, whew. Okay. And then I think actually we can delete this from here, because what I'll have instead is notifications will just always have a prompt to view the status menu. And that'll be right there. And so anytime we show a notification, So that means that this no longer needs this prompt here. And that'll never be used, because instead we'll just show this whenever it's necessary. Show notification. So notify. Okay, so that's when we do that, and then I'm going to do onReady var notification prompt. Prompt list prompt. There we go. Okay. So now if we go back to notifications. Okay. Notification prompt show. Notification prompt dot modulate. Color white. And then we're going to have parallel. Notification prompt. And then hide. Okay. Oh wait, parallel. Okay. So that should be in parallel with this thing. And then it should do that. Okay. Okay, that feels fine. And that means that basically I also need to get that when we, Actually, let's have that. I guess we just have show prompt. And that's going to do the exact same thing here. What the hell is T, actually? Info create tween. Oh, I see. Well, that's fine. No, that's actually not fine, because if I do a notification... We need a new tween then, var tween equals tween... Yeah, because I need this to be handled separately. So yeah, we're gonna have then remove this stuff from here. Okay, notification prompt, all that stuff. Okay. We just do notify prompt. Okay. Basically what we do is if notify tween by tween kill by tween equals tween or create tween. Okay. And here what I'm going to do is set delay 4 instead. Okay. Because basically this will show status. Okay. So now what it does is it pops up. Oh, see you later. Okay. Also doing a bit of stretching. Okay. But okay, we notify of this. And then that'll hide. So that should work here when we get a new notification, I think. Let's double check that it does. Let's double check how it looks. Because I want it to just feel right. And then what I can do is when we get the other, like, when we take a photo, it'll do the same prompt. Oh, right. It needs to be hidden by default, though. In fact, we should make sure that that works. Also, my whole thing is broken. Right, all my shit's busted. Okay, so notify prompt. No. Alright, there we go. Okay, there we go. Resume, there we go. So yeah, let's check with a character or something. No, that's not what I need. Oh yeah. Another thing that's invisible. Oh yeah, I need to do that. Okay. Right, it's too dark. Okay, and I want it to be closer to 10. There we go. That way the photo looks a little bit more accurate. Okay, let's see how that looks. Good enough. Oh wait. That's not what I need. Okay, let's see how the notifications look. Oh, right, the notifications here are... Okay, hang on. We need to have our context. This label here, auto wrap word, smart word, maybe. And then it needs to have a size flag. Expand. Okay, stream is back on, back working. Godot crashed, stream crashed. I think it's just, it's something to do with debugging in Godot. And it also isn't unique to when I'm running OBS. OBS also crashes, but it seems to be unrelated, because I'd also have Godot crashes when I wasn't streaming. And they do the whole, like, entire screen is turned off and stuff like that. I think I can just do, like, 10 there. That's the warning, basically, because basically, okay. Yeah, because now there's text here. And let's get our... Okay, status should be... I just don't want status visible. Like, shouldn't this show and hide properly? Active equals that show? Okay, yeah, because that should do that. Okay, photos. And actually, when we're doing ready here, aspect ratio container show, aspect ratio container 2 show. Why did I make these two different containers, actually? Wait, hang on. Was there a reason to do that? Or am I dumb? Because I think I can just do this, and then they're in exactly the same ecosystem. And then I can just delete that. Oh, it's because I needed the pause menu on top of the status menu, but I needed the status menu above the rest of this stuff. And they both need to have that aspect ratio, but this needs to be full screened. Okay. So hopefully I didn't break anything too much. Let's double check with my fiddling and fawdling. Okay. That's neat. Actually, can we still... I should eventually make it so that you can move. Or I should just remake it so that you don't lock your movement when you're in the status menu. Because it was funny to be able to move around. Well, I don't know. It felt kind of buggy, though. Okay. Okay. Not a control with text d.getPath. Get path on a null value. Update. Elif e. Else. Push. Error. No control. Get path. Okay. Okay, what am I doing here? What the hell is this? Custom font size. Oh, because custom font size probably has things that used to exist and now they don't exist anymore. I'll just ignore that for now. Okay, so anything causing issues here? I don't see any issues. Oh yeah, it was specifically when I did this, right? Okay, so it's probably something to do with notifications. Oh, because the notification... Right. It used to have a custom font size here for this. There we go. Okay. And I actually completely forgot what I was doing there, so I have to do that again. Because I was distracted by that other bug, so I didn't actually get to test the thing that I wanted to test, which was notifications. Actually, I can do notifications. It's a very easy way to do that, actually. Basically, who's his wife? So now we can do select show status. Okay. And actually, I'm going to set that to small mode. Notifications list, context prompt. Yeah, small. Yeah, okay. That's better. Except for the fact that it doesn't, like, line up properly with the thing here. Ah, well. When I rig 3D characters, do I just make my own rig? Yeah. Because generally my characters have pretty simple rigs. I'm gonna do show photo now. Okay, let's actually get back to what I was doing with this, though. I think then what I'm going to do is right about half a second in. Squish that there. Oh, no, we don't need that. We need, turn that back to custom. So if I did that, I'm going to do 0.5, I think. Then we should also have a minimum size here of, I think, 256 by 256. And then we'll keep that there for a little bit. Oh wait, hang on. Why is this not positioned in the correct place? That's not a thing that I need. Okay, there we go. And then I'll do this, duplicate, and then it's going to go up. Let's have it go about there, because I'm going to have these go about to... Let's have this go like this. And then we'll also need a signal here. So we'll like, yeah, let's have a signal go, for a photo shown. Actually, no, we literally, hang on, I just realized. Show or display photo. Yeah, when we show a photo here, we're just going to do notify. There. And that way we've taken a photo. Do I want this to be this way? I think I want it to be a bit more ease in, ease out. So let's just get all these to be cubic. Interesting interpretation of reality there. So yeah, quite fascinating. That it like freezes for like a full like second. And then it goes like off on a little journey there. Okay, well I think everything should be linear except for the one that I actually want to be cubic. Nope, it's just doing whatever it wants, I guess. Okay. I think we have 3.5 there. And then what I do is probably just send this upward. And then also here, transform. I'm going to say, actually, let's do anchor offsets. Say bottom. Probably right here. We'll also attach that. And then right up here. There we go. Interesting that this does not seem to... Oh, I see. Well, let's do that then. Interesting that it's still... Do I have multiple keys here? Oh, I do. Classic. Putting two keys in the exact same position. That's exactly what I wanted to do, Godot. Okay. So now we take a photo. It shows the subjects for a few seconds, then it goes upward. And that should work. So yeah, let's double check our new photo taken technology. It didn't work. So that's because this should show itself. Okay. And then the animation player at the very end should also hide itself, so we'll just add a method there. Hide. There we are. Okay. So now it should hopefully do a little bit better. Big pile of mail. And that goes up. Tiny car. Show status. Okay. Okay. I'm thinking, do I want the sticker system? No, you know what? Well, it would be fun. Yeah, I think I do need it, because I have gotten feedback that they want, like, secondary collectibles would be good. Because right now, the only thing to really do is beat the game, or, like, do the other content with no extrinsic motivation. Which is fine unless you want extrinsic motivation. Like collectibles or some other reward. So yeah, the stickers I think are still important. I'll figure out how to do those. But okay, I think now I need a similar thing. So yeah, I like... Okay, that's a good enough thing, I think. Except for the fact that I'd like the photo to be a little bit bigger. I think it's going to be 400 by 400. Let's see how that feels. Yeah, that's about right. Wait, why am I not on the list? Yeah, there's some bugs with that, but that's okay. But yeah, now it's much more clear. When you take a photo of a guy, it says what he says, and then it goes up. Oh yeah, this thing's still all crazy. And it doesn't have any collision. Oh yeah, oh, it only has collision on the tires. So are you not activated yet? Yeah, I think the biker should be activated the second you cross over. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Let's just put that in bugs though. Activate biker immediately upon crossing the bridge. Okay, what else am I doing? Challenge photo UI, that'll be a good one. I think that'll be a full day thing, though. In fact, let's set that to be a full day thing. Challenge photo, yeah, that is not a half day, that's gonna be 1 day. We're still ahead of schedule anyway, so yeah, that thing are good. Make items go up when found as well. I think I want them to do a similar thing where the animation shows them and then the little box, and then it goes upward rather than fading out. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so photo taken. Beautiful. Notifications. Hide that for now. No, not that. That. Okay, challenge photo. Hide that one. Because I'm just going to do item get. And that means when we play... Oh no, then hide. Should be, well, you know, do I care? I'm realizing. I don't think I do care, actually. I think the rest of the UI is fine. I think I'm going to make this... No, not that. This is going to be a lower priority. Fun mouse cursor. That could be a fun one. That could be like my last thing for the day. So what did this actually mean? I don't really need this anymore. Okay. Fun mouse cursor. Yeah, I think the fun mouse cursor will be good. Let's do, I'm going to say 16 by 16. How big are mouse cursors? Yeah, that's about right. No, I'm going to do 24 by 24, a whopping. No, actually, even bigger. We can go bigger than that. Look at how big this cursor would be. Okay, so now I need to figure out what the cursor would actually be. So we could do a little hand. That's a classic. But Kitty doesn't have hands. She has sleeves. Maybe we could do a sleeve? Do I animate in Blender or Godot? Generally Blender. Unless it's something very simple. I think this looks about right. Hang on, let's go to Kitty. What is this? Oh yeah, the things that made me actually laugh. Images, what am I doing? No, this is the wrong place. 16. Okay. So, player... I need you... Oh, wait. That. There we go. Is this what I want? That makes sense. Yeah, it did take me a while to get used to animation, but it helped to, like, just buy a book on it, and then, like, go through all the exercises in the book. Even if they felt, like, relatively redundant, like learning shortcuts and things, it still wound up being quite helpful, I think. Let's say theming, this is going to be icon, cursor. Okay, and what I'm going to do, so project settings, can I find where the cursor is? Mouse cursor. Oh, look at that. Yeah, specifically I got a book on character design in Blender. But okay, now we got a little mouse cursor. Yeah, you definitely want to make sure that you check your, or check the reviews for any books, though. But okay, do I like this? I think I like this, because we don't need to click, or we don't need to click things with a great deal of precision. Wait, I just realized I still need to make the thing bigger when we press. Okay, bubble, speech bubble. Basically, I forgot that when we choose a response here, it should make the arrows bigger. So let's remove that, BTR. Right, there we go. BTL, and then R, BTR. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to tween these. I think I need to figure out how I want to do that. Transform, can we scale it at all? No, but I could increase put that back to 30 or whatever it was. No, so that doesn't do what I want. Oh, right, because this is what I want. Okay, and this thing can be scaled to however I want it to be, except for the fact that it doesn't pivot where I want it to be, because I want that to be, I guess, 24 by 48. And then maybe the scale will do what I want. Hey, look at that. It does. And this one already is set the same way because I had to do that already. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to do... this... between L... Queen... R... Okay. Let's say true and false here. And this is going to be mouse entered left bool for btn equals btl if left else btr. Actually, it might be better to have a class here. No, well... Button. Yeah, let's call it that. BTN. Queen. Okay. And what I'm going to do is then bar b left equals btn dot, hang on, function init. Let's call this like, what should I call this thing? Indicator? Okay. Alright, button equals btn. There we go. B left, B right. Okay, I'm going to stretch for a couple minutes. Okay, good enough. So I need to do for, actually we also need mouse exited. I'll ignore that for now. Let's just do btn dot enter. So I'm just gonna have a function enter. And this will be if tween kill tween equals button create tween dot property button scale vector 2 0.3 dot set transition cubic and then probably set ease in out. I'm going to say ease in, out. There we go. And also I'm going to have this be scale 2. Because we're going to also have a function exit scale 1.0. Okay. There we are. And what this means is now I can do, I don't know. Function mouse exited. Left, bool. Actually, I just realized I don't even need to have this anymore. Because we can just have this be left dot enter and be right dot enter and then here we'd have exit. Okay, and so what this should do is now anytime I mouse over the buttons they should highlight, and then I can click the center one. I kind of want a worse looking cursor. I mean, this one is pretty bad, which is nice. But okay, new game. Well, I guess I like it. It's fun. Okay. I think one thing I want is some easing on that. Oh wait, but couldn't I... Did I... Oh yeah, didn't that not work? Oh wait, no. It was basically... Go back to UI. Go back to our photo taken. When we do the animation box here... I guess they just don't look very bright. Huh? Why is that not here? Button equals BTL, button equals BTR? Oh, but these should be on ready. Okay, try again. Okay. So now it does that a little bit better, except for the fact that it doesn't tween them properly. And what I want next is when you press the button to switch from one to the other, it does its other thing. But yeah, I'm not pleased that the scale here is not applying correctly. Let's go back to bubble. So is this scale, is this named something different? No, it's just called scale. So, note this property is mainly intended to be used for animation to support multiple resolutions. Okay, that's fine. Change this property scale the node around its pivot offset. Controls tooltip will also scale according to this value. So that is there. So is the pivot offset... yeah, because this should be doing what I want, because it should be doing that, and it's not doing that. It's doing it as if it's scaling from 0. And why is that the case, then? I think, what's the custom here? I think they should just be centered, right? Yeah, because we don't need any of that stuff. Do I care that much? I guess I don't really. But okay. What I'm going to do as well is, when we press the button for this, so if P event is action pressed, UI left, thought dot display true, or no, indicate false. Okay. Then we can have this do exit, be right exit, and then we'll have function indicate left bool be left if left, else be right, enter. And what that should do now is if I press right, it grows. It feels like the scale of the arrows changes. Yeah, it feels like they change size. Oh wait, they do change size because they're not fixed. Okay, hang on. Custom minimum size of this is 48 by 30. And so I think that means... What if we just change this to 48 as well? Let's see... Wait, actually, what if we change this here? Layout, custom minimum size, 96 here. So that way it's always the same size there. Okay. Except for the fact that the left and right occasionally still get big, it feels. This does feel better. Okay, but hang on. Previous reply, next reply. Oh, I see what I need to do. Go back up to here. So when we clicked this, when we set the reply, it should do that. Okay, that was the issue. I think also the thought bubble should move a bit slower. I think. And that is going to be tricky to do, because that's this time. Which I can just make it time, actually. Or like, let's say tween time. And yeah, we'll just have in here for tween time. Let's say 0.1 to like 1. 0.3. And basically whenever we resize anything, we're going to set that here. I just realized I did the thought bubble in the wrong place. Or if we go back to player replies, that should be what it was. Because yeah, that's a hard-coded thing. Okay. And now we go to this. Put that back to 0.1 for that bubble. So yeah, I think for this we're going to do, yeah, I think 0.4 sounds better for that. So that means that the thought bubbles will be bigger. Or no, they'll move slower, change sizes slower. Make it easier for the player to keep track of what's happening, I think. So if I do arrows, I like that speed. Yeah. So yeah, why are you talking about birds? And I think also the showing the notification here, or no, UI, somewhere in here, notify prompt. This delay should be, I think, 7 again. Okay, and I think... Oh, I didn't realize if you hold W when doing that... Ah, well. Big pile of mail, Mrs. Weston. Okay. Seen my husband, he wears sunglasses and has a mustache. Gone for weeks. Okay. It's still too big for some of those dialogue responses, but... Exactly. Most grandpas are spray 3Ds. Most people don't notice though, because it's very well done. Very convincing effect. But yeah, what should I do next? I guess I'll write down that the cursor is fun enough. Challenge photo UI. That would be good. What the heck did I just spend the past, like, 35 minutes working on? Oh yeah, more stuff with the notifications and all that stuff. Cursor and some adjustments. But okay, I'll play around for another minute or two, but then I'm gonna call it a day since I haven't eaten anything today. And it's now 7 p.m. But okay, let's get the image of a bird. Yeah, I'm not a fan of how the photo is a little bit plain, or the photo taking animation doesn't have like the right tweening. But okay, I like how this is turning out really well, this bubble. It is still a little bit twitchy if you're like moving around because it's trying to figure out the best place to put it. But it is it does place it well. I like how, like, sometimes the speech bubble just takes up half the screen. Oh wait, ID old man is not a thing that's in here. Why is that not a thing that's in here? ID old man. Huh? Is this, okay, so that should be... Oh, because it's, hang on. Localize. That's in context when we localize this. Hang on. Okay, so what's our text here? We got bird, then that gets added, and then we got old man. So that should be... Oh, because there's a space. Oh, I see. Okay. So now we're talking about a burden bill. Okay. So yeah, a little bit of jank here. But okay, if you ever want to stop by the backyard for lemonade to keep the gate unlocked for you. Got an idea. Oh, okay. All that stuff. Okay. So that's all working. So yeah, next time I will be changing this UI for this challenge photo because it looks bad. I think this probably good enough. Yeah, I'll definitely keep him. I'll have to figure out the licensing for the stock photo, but that should be cheap enough. Okay. Got some car keys. So it is a little bit busy with the status menu and stuff. I think I might just put the status, like, prompt down in the bottom center, or bottom or top or something like that. I'm fine with it. Actually, no wait, I'm fine with that. Yeah, the UI is a little busy, I think, but I do have a good idea. Just get our UI, get this notification prompt, just make it smaller. No, that's not the right one. Not item get. Notification list, prompt, input prompt. Put that one as small mode. Alright, let's talk to the lady again. Let's talk to, actually, Mr. Weston. Alright. Well, that car is fine. But alrighty. Let's get up here. Okay. Sorry, you guy. A man in one of nothing. I want to throw quarters at his belly and watch them bounce off. Okay, and I like that smaller notification size. Speech bubbles are not quite perfect, especially in these, like, smaller bubbles where, like, the little tail... I could just make the tail go behind. That is always an option. But I do like the illusion of, like, it looking good. I guess what I could do... Let's go back to Krita. Oh yeah, Krita's, like, dead. Hang on, it's, like, irrecoverable. When Godot crashes, it crashes hard. It takes down, like, every single application. Because, yeah, OBS crashes, and I have to, like, go to Task Manager and end the task manually, because closing it doesn't work. Krita goes white. It becomes unrecoverable. I have to restart it. And you know how long that takes. It takes, like, 45 minutes on Windows. Okay, so we need this one. Okay. Alright, it keeps going like 70 billion pixels wide. But okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it a little bit wider here. And this should, in theory, make it so that the border gets really, really thin here. And actually, I'm going to thicken up the border a little bit here. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Wrong thing. Okay. So let's check how that would look in the speaker right here. So basically, as we put this up, you can see now it blends in smoother and smoother. Except for the fact that it's somehow not... Oh, did I miss something? No, I didn't miss something. Oh, no, okay. I thought it was in front of the text. It's just because the text isn't sized properly there. Okay. But now, the tail fades to white as it gets closer to the bubble itself. So that should give me exactly the effect that I want. Which is if we go here, it's a little less pronounced. It sticks out a little bit less, and now it feels more organic. You know, it feels like something that was actually hand-drawn. And also, it is funny that you can just walk away from dialogue, but you can't jump until you end it. Except on, I think on PC you can. But yeah, fully configurable controls are another thing I have to do yet. But okay, I'm kinda almost done with UI, I guess. What day is it? Probably Friday today? If I had to hazard a guess. Okay, yeah. So today's Friday, so I will do... What will I do tomorrow? Probably this. Yeah, I'll probably get the rest of the UI done. Do this sound probably today off stream. Yeah, it's probably Friday, I'm assuming. But okay. Let's say one final bubble adjustment for today. Alright. But that'll be it for today. Because I haven't eaten. Alright, this was pretty productive. Interesting, this one doesn't have a close. Okay, don't save that. Alright, well, I'll be back on Sunday with more At the Ends of Eras and then resume the schedule from there. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. See you later.